Hello and welcome to my stream. It is Friday and I'm going to be arranging another song. Before I get started on today's arranging session, I want to just give a couple of updates on stuff that I'm doing. I've been trying to do these streams weekly for a while. And next week, unfortunately, I won't be able to do that because I am going to be in Oslo to do a German exam. So I've been spending a lot of time over the last couple of months learning German, and so to get a certificate, I have to go to Oslo to get this done because they don't have any official test centers in my hometown. So I'm going to go, and that's going to be on Friday, which means unfortunately I won't be able to do a stream then. But I have been getting some people requesting that I do highlights of my streams because they're interested in learning arranging, but the videos are like 3.5 hours long, which is, I can understand, a little bit daunting to sit and watch if you're just kind of wanting to pick up on the most interesting and important parts of the stream. So I am going to be putting together some highlights. But it does take me a little while to get these done, so just bear with me. I will see if I can get one done for next Friday, and then I'll kind of work through them. I want to see if I can do some of the older ones first, so that I spread out the music I cover. And else, I've got a few different projects coming up. I'm doing some work with Therese, my creative partner, working on some music for like some theatre piece for children, so that's quite interesting. But there's still, I mean, every choir's got the same problem still. You know, there's very few there's very few opportunities to do choral music these days. So it's a kind of a it's a it's not like there's loads and loads of arranging and concerts and stuff happening, unfortunately. But at least I've got, to sit down and do some streams and show you guys how it's done. I've got Marco in my stream. Hi, Knut. Thanks for all the content you stream to us. We'll miss you next week, but we're with you. Well, thank you very much, Marco. That's very kind. Yeah, I'm going to try as much as I can to keep these streams going because that's good. It's also good for me to get more material arranged, put some more stuff out. It's also, over time you want to build up a portfolio of music that's like published. Sometimes getting music published can be a bit tricky, and often when I get asked to arrange stuff for concerts, that's not necessarily requested because they know that, oh, we can get publishing rights for this. It's more like we want to perform the song. So yeah, when I do these streams, I do have the advantage of being able to choose material that I know that I'll be able to publish. Okay, let's have a look at what music we're doing today. So I've had some comments saying that it's hard to, because the way I've been capturing the software means that sometimes you can't see, the drop-down menus and windows and stuff. So it's, let's see if it works a little bit better today. Essentially, I'm going to be capturing the whole screen instead of just the window, which makes me quite self-conscious because even though there's nothing, on my computer that, I wouldn't want people to see, it's still a bit like, oh, what if I press the wrong button? What if suddenly something pops up that shouldn't have popped up? And, but I guess that's the nature of streaming, isn't it? It's a bit imperfect. It's a bit like chaotic. Suddenly there could be a fire starting in the building across the street and who knows? Okay, but let us get into the arranging proper. So I'm going to see if I can get my software to switch correctly. I have on my screen now, I've got Paint open because I thought I'm going to show you the song we're doing. The song we're doing today, I was trying to choose what would be a good song to do. And actually, the song was just randomly played on the radio, and I was a bit like, oh, you know what, that's a song I like. That's a song I haven't heard in a while. And I think it's actually going to make for a pretty good a cappella arrangement song. It is called Come Away With Me. And it's by Norah Jones. And I listened to the song a fair bit when I was younger. I mean, the whole album, I used to listen to Norah Jones's music quite a lot. And I don't really know, I haven't actually listened to Norah Jones for a while, but Tanabe says, we'll see all your hidden cat photos. Maybe I'll just show you my cat photos. There's no secrets on this channel. We show everything. Scars and all, cat photos and all. Yeah, Norah Jones. I mean, she's still releasing music now. I haven't actually listened to a lot of her work. There's not really any good reason why. It just hasn't happened. But yeah, I really quite liked Norah Jones's first album. You know, she's an excellent singer, excellent piano player, and she, you know, it was a very funny thing with Norah Jones's debut album because it didn't sound like anything else that was on the radio at the time. Of course, it's, you know, it's very much in the vein of earlier music styles, and yet for some reason she just kind of hit that sweet spot, and this album became really big. She won basically, I think, 11 Grammys or something ridiculous for this album. And the song most people know is "Don't Know Why," which was the big song from that album. But that song's kind of that's a bit more done. That's a song that a lot more people have done and covered. I wanted to do a different one, and so because this song just happened to pop up, I was a bit like, you know what, this song would make for a really good a cappella song. And in fact, I was looking at it, I couldn't actually find like other people doing the song as a choir or as an a cappella group, which I wasn't expecting. I thought this would have been quite a natural choice to do an a cappella arrangement of. But then I'm like, well, you know, that's what I'm here for. So let us have a look at the score I've got. So now you'll see that I've done my usual thing. I've listened to the recording. I've kind of left a little bit of space at the front here, but I've basically just written in the melody, the chord symbols, and I've decided that today I'm going to do an SATB a cappella arrangement because I want to see if I can do an arrangement that's a little bit more transformative, because a lot of the time I'm kind of doing songs that's very, very close to the original, and you know, there's a lot of picking out different parts, picking up stuff that you copy from the original. But I thought, you know what, a really interesting part of doing arranging is actually transforming songs into something else, doing something that's that is still that song, but it's a little bit different. It's not just copying parts one to one. I mean, of course, there's always an element of that anyway, but in this case, I want to do something that's more in the line of what people expect when they think of like a choral rendition of a song. So what I've got so far is I've just got the melody and the bass line with chord symbols. Now, it's going to be a cappella, so this unnamed bass staff, as it's called here, is going to be gone. But I just wanted to get down those components, because I think even when you're doing a transformative arrangement, you do still need to learn the song properly. Now, I do have the advantage of having listened to the song a lot in the past, so I did, it was pretty easy for me to learn this. But you also do need to make sure that you capture important things that you can't do without. So that'll be like the melody. You need to have the melody. You can change it around a bit, but the core components of the melody does need to be there. And to a certain extent, the bass line. Now, the bass line in the song is basically just long notes. This is a waltz. I've decided to notate it in 9/8. And Marco now immediately comments, 9/8 time signature. That's going to be interesting. Well, you say that. Like, sometimes people will kind of slot 9/8 in as like a complex time signature. Like, ooh, 9/8, that's scary. 9/8 is just 3/4, but it's in triplets. It's 3/8 plus 3/8 plus 3/8. So once you start thinking about it as not so much 9, a time signature of 9, but you think of it as a time signature of 3 times 3. So it's basically just a waltz where each beat is divided in 3. So it's a da 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 da. It's just that. It's not a particularly complex time signature when you just break it down to what how the subdivision happens. So there's not really a lot of stuff here. It's just the melody. I will say that Norah Jones sings this extremely, extremely low. It's very much, it goes down to bottom E for a female singer, that is very, very low. So there's a good chance I'll put this up slightly in key, or yeah, I'll have to see how I end up moving it about, but there's a good chance I will be moving it up just a bit. But yeah, it's just the song. One thing I did before before anything else, I decided what I was going to cut, because I knew immediately this song has a huge instrumental break at the start. It's got, I think here, this is after so the song has an AABA kind of structure, which means that you've got something, then it's repeated, then there's something new, and then it's the first thing again. Maybe, slightly changed at the end, but that is basically the structure. So what happens is that happens twice, and this is very common in jazz music, is you have the structure AABA. Sorry. But the time when it repeats, that's a guitar solo, and that's not. I think, especially if I'm going to be doing a transformative arrangement, I don't think it's worth keeping that. I think you could probably go straight into the next sung part. But yeah, we'll get more into this as I start arranging the song. Now, before we start writing out notes, before we start changing keys and stuff, we need to talk dynamics graph. So let's get back into Paint here. So I want to create a little dynamics graph. Now I can do this over here, like so. So I will explain to people as a graph that just has an X and a Y axis. This is time. Let's do that as time. Rhyme time. That can be significantly smaller, like there. And this is dynamic. So that's all it is. It's just shows you, it shows you how the song is going to be progressing in dynamics. So we have A. Oh, that's very thin. Let's get the brush out instead. We'll be able to see A, B, A. I can probably space these out a bit more. A, B, A. And then I've cut two A's, and it's going to be B and A. Let's call these A1, A2, B1, A3. I'm writing with a mouse, so my writing is not coming across as the prettiest here. A4. And then, there'll be an intro and there'll be an outro probably. But yeah, these are just structural names. So all I mean when I say A and B is this is a section of the song that has a certain melody and that has a certain chord progression, and it's repeated. And B has a different melody and a bit different chord progression. So now the song does have some natural, well, to be honest, the original is very much the same dynamic the whole time. It's not particularly, should we say, it doesn't have a huge dynamic range, if you will. But it does have a high note, which happens in B2. So if we assume that the highest dynamic here is double F, most likely we're going to want to have that high note as our FF. That's going to be the climax. That's going to be something we're building towards. And likewise, B1, maybe not quite as strong, but something, that is still fairly strong. And then one could assume that the other parts would kind of be a little bit lower than that. Something like this, maybe. And then down here, up here, and down here. Like that. Looks, we got a nice little camel shape to our dynamics graph. But this is important because it gives us something to work towards. So I will always go on about the dynamics graph, giving us a very clear, direction for what our arrangement's going to be. And it also helps us finding the key, because usually when you have a really loud part of the song, it's kind of almost implied that you want to have that in a high range as well. It's I know I go on about this every single stream I go on about this, but it's much easier to get singers to sing loud and strong in their high range than it is to make them doing it in their low range. And vice versa. It's much easier to get them to sing, intimately and quietly in their low range rather than their high range. And I think that's also probably why the song is mostly, in quite a low range for Norah Jones. It in the verse, you'll notice that it's mostly kind of in the very bottom end of the alto range here. And the dynamic is also, I'd say mezzo piano-ish during the recording, which makes sense. Then once you get to, this is the first, I know I've written a C here, but this is basically the B1 of my dynamics graph. It's not going super high, it just goes up to a G, but that is still slightly higher than before. It's really when you get to what I've called letter E here, that it goes up to that high C, which, especially for an alto singer, is a high note. So this is going to be most likely our climax. Right, so now I think a lot of the appeal from this album and the song at the time was that it was quite different from the other music that was, being played. And it's the album has kind of this vaguely jazz, blues, country almost sound quality to it. But the harmony used in this song, the harmony is very, it's mostly just kind of triadic with maybe, a few extensions here and there, but it's not particularly daring. G, F, C, G, F, C. It's, it's the four, it's the common pop chords, if you will. I thought what might be interesting, and what might also be interesting for you guys, is if I go for a more harmonically daring, in parts anyway, kind of rendition. Which, again, that is something that I would place that as one of the less important parts of the arranging. It's like having interesting harmony is fun, and it's really good if you can do it. But you need to always keep in mind, does this benefit the song? Does this benefit the sentiment of the song? Does this make sense in a storytelling way? And I think there's space for that here. Certainly, especially if a song originally has very simple harmony, then I would say there's definitely space to embellish the harmony a bit. So I am going to see if I can try and make this a little bit more daring harmonically. But first, let's talk key. Because I know that this is going to be my climax, and let's assume that I'm writing this for, a good kind of chamber group, not a beginner group. I want this to be a little bit more tricky. Does not give me an excuse to not do good voice leading. I still need to do good voice leading, but what it means is I am able to kind of stretch them a bit higher up, and I'm able to, be a little bit more daring in my harmony, essentially. So now my question here is, am I writing this so that this note is going to be in the sopranos or the altos? And if I'm doing it in the altos, am I going to do gospel style arranging where the melody is in the middle with tenors and altos harmonizing above and below? I think I'm kind of tempted to keep it a little bit simple in the sense that I have the melody in the sopranos here. If you look at a lot of the really big, like famous jazz vocal arrangements, like, say, A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square, in some ways they are quite old-fashioned in that they are with the melody very often in the highest part. So they're more like, choral-style harmonizations where the melody sits in the highest part. And I think especially for this climax, it might be worth doing that with maybe having this up, say, a third. This will also give us a little bit of leeway earlier in the song where the bottom notes are really quite low. Like even very skilled alto singers might find that getting a lot of projection down, like Sibelius has marked this You'll see, let me see if I can get it there. Sibelius has marked the bottom E here in bright red. Now, which means it's like, this is not in the range. This is not in the range. It's not completely true, but in a way, I would still recommend that you avoid having them pop down all the way down to that E, because you will find that projection can disappear really quickly, which is a problem, of course. You want to make sure that they can sing and they can still project. So I think there's nothing to be lost here if I just select the whole score. So you can either go home, select all here, and then again, I use key commands for everything. I think it's note input, maybe. See if I can find it. Yeah, transpose. Note input, transpose. Then I usually just do it by interval. You can try by key. It probably, it's probably fine, but I usually just do it by interval. I want to get this up a minor third. So this means that my bottom E is now going to be a G. A G is a lot more manageable both for male singers and for female singers. Low G, like even I, who usually sing the tenor parts, can kind of get a low G out. There, I don't usually have the double sharps for that, so that's more like a specialist thing. There. Now it's been put up. Been put up a minor third, and it's now in the key of E flat major. Now already you see Sibelius is a lot more happy with the ranges chosen. But like, this looks fine, and this also looks like a completely manageable key for alto singers to me. We've got Mira Combrick in the chat. Hi Knut and other people of the world. Greetings from sunny South Africa. Well, greetings from kind of overcast, grey, and not... well, I mean, I shouldn't complain. The weather's been quite nice in Norway recently, actually. I've been able to wear a t-shirt outside and not freeze, and that's always the sign of high summer in Norway. Because normally you're like, getting your jumper on and freezing. And but yeah, Mayor, I don't know if you were here at the start of the stream, but I did mention earlier that I'm going to be doing some highlights of some of my older streams, because I do appreciate that. Seeing, the other streams, I was also doing transcription in the stream, and they ended up being 5.5 hours long, and I completely understand that people don't want to sit through 5 hours of me transcribing and thinking and trying stuff out. So I am going to be putting 1.5 speeds. It's really amazing that you can do this on YouTube. You can put your streams or your videos up in speed, and it used to be that you would get chipmunk voices if you did so, but I've actually done it a few times when I listen to podcasts, in the sense that I've done it the other way, because I was mentioning at the start of the stream that I've got a German test, an official German certification test coming up next week, which is why I can't do a stream next week, but I will put out a highlight video for you to watch. And I did I did it the other way around, where I turned down the tempo a bit so I could pick up. And actually, like, they do sound, they still sound like actual human beings. They don't sound like, well, I'm assuming you would sound like a troll or a bear or something, because when you change the speed of a recording, that does also affect the pitch. But clearly, technology has kind of found ways to compensate. Anyway, that is a digression. Okay, so now I've decided to put this up because I want this to be my big climax, and I think it's going to make for a more thrilling high note, kind of, if you have this climax in the sopranos with the other parts harmonizing below. And I think it's also going to be a little bit more manageable for all singers if the lowest notes that they have to do is going to be G. Okay, so let's say that we're working in this key. Now, I wanted to see if I can do something that's a little bit more transformative. And whilst I've not decided exactly what I'm going to do, I have kind of decided that I want to start having the first melody in the altos. I think it's kind of important when a song is sung in a certain range, that will also inform the style of the song a lot. If it is sung in a low female range, that will, by putting it in a low female range in your arrangement, that will also capture that part of that quality, if you will, of the original. So I think maybe having the first verse in the alto range, maybe having the second. Sorry. Again, it's not really going to be. I think maybe in general these verses should be in the alto part, judging by where they sit and where they go. I think I can also have sopranos harmonizing below. I can have parts taking over from each other. But I think this the section I marked C, which is the first B section, is a natural point to have chorale style harmonies, because it constitutes a minor climax. And also, according to my dynamics graph, which you'll see once again here, this would be one of the first humps where I have a bit more like strong stuff happening, and then B2 will be another strong part. And I think usually when you do strong parts, it helps a lot to have them do chorale style harmonies, because they will kind of naturally ring out more. That people will be able to match overtones easier because they're doing the same words, obviously. So they'll be able to strengthen each other's overtones. And also, it makes the words crystal clear. Okay, so let's assume that I'm going to start arranging the big strong climax first, because it always makes me, gives me something to work towards. Now, I have written this as SATB. I suspect I'm probably going to want to split at least the soprano part, because just from my experience, I think here might end up a little high for the tenors potentially. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm also thinking what kind of extensions I would put in. Now, because this kind of is going to be very natural to put as dominant, I think even this A flat here, this is very much a blues kind of cadence. And so I'm wondering if maybe that will make for a good one. Like so. Maybe not dominant here. Okay, so most likely, so a common trick I use to create a little bit of motion when there's especially an empty first beat is I will have the basses preempt. Maybe have them all the way up there. And then the rest of it, this will be, maybe these are all in unison, and then this will be harmonies. If I assume that I'm going to split the sopranos, I think it's a good idea to decide if you're going to be splitting a part from the get-go, because you want to make sure that you have enough parts. Now, because I'm writing for, some imaginary, mid-ability chamber choir here, I can technically split in as many parts as I want. But if you know that you have a choir where there's only going to be 3 people per part, for instance, then you want to make sure that you've got enough, and also be aware that, of course, once you split a part in 2, then that part is going to have fewer people singing each note, obviously, and so it might end up getting a bit quieter in the balance. For huge choirs, this is less of a noticeable thing, but especially for smaller choirs, you want to make sure that you consider this. Okay, so that's now B dominant. This is just the B dominant. And here. I'm doing it with an added ninth. The ninth is a very kind of normal extension to use on a dominant chord. So let's see. I'm wondering if I should make this super crunchy. I can also put in the 13th, which is this G, so you get this. And I think having this cluster at the top might be a bit much. I think I'll just keep it as a straight dominant for now, and then I'll use the ninth here. And then there. And then I'll do this as E flat with some sort of major seventh on it. So I'm seeing here that the note is going to be the sixth and the fifth, according, in relation to the root, which tells me that it's probably worth having the major seventh in. Major sevenths are great for this kind of jazz style harmony, but if the melody is on the root, then you do end up with this kind of thing at the top, which can sound a little unflattering, if you will. Like so. We have Michael in the chat saying, when you split the part, do you tend to keep both notes in the same staff or create, say, S1 and S2 staves? Perhaps varies with the complexity. Yes. So I will, if the rhythm of the parts is going to be changing a lot, where you have one part singing maybe a counter melody and stuff, then I will make separate staves. If they're basically just singing in harmony and with the same rhythm, then I'll keep them on the same one just to save space. But it does depend on the complexity, and you can change this over the course of the arrangement as well. Maybe if I end up with some bits where I do different things with them here, then I'll show you what I mean. Okay, so now, because I've written this in basically 4 parts throughout, if I select this and do my usual thing, home, cut, select the staves. So now I'm dividing 4 notes over 3 staves. So the way Sibelius does this is most likely it will prioritize splitting soprano first. And for male voice parts, it will prioritize splitting tenor. We shall see what it does. Rich? Yeah, so now... Oh my god, let's listen to this. This is going to sound horrible. Sometimes I'm like, I don't understand why does Sibelius rather have them sing up in the stratosphere than just having that note, because it thinks that B flat's too low for sopranos. It thinks it's more likely that they'll be able to do E flat over top C. Okay, this is what I wanted. So I just shift this down an octave. Yeah, you see, it did actually split the sopranos, which is what I wanted. So now we get, and I wanted to actually have the bass just do the same with just the bass note. I'll use this thing called re-input pitches here, so that I'll keep the rhythm, and it just changes the notes. So let's listen to this quickly. I'm going to change this slightly, by the way. Like already that sounds like music. I forgot to put the dynamic. In fact, I think I'll probably have like tenuto on this. I tend to put tenuto marks on exposed notes like this to show that they should, give them a little bit extra and not be like sing them and be like, ooh, I'm singing on my own. Most likely the dynamic is going to be F here. So let's write that in. And going up to FF, like so. Now, I have mentioned in previous streams that a problem that Sibelius has when you put in dynamics like this is it will tend to make the dynamics only apply to one voice on a staff. So this will only really be a problem for the soprano staff right now because it's got two voices. It's got voice 1, which is blue, and it's got voice 2, which is green. And you'll see that it even managed to get so this dynamic will only apply to voice 1. This dynamic will only apply to voice 2. This dynamic will apply to both voices. So the way to get around this, unfortunately, is you have to select all. Select all. I usually use key commands, by the way, so but I'm trying to show people where all the options are. Select all, filter, dynamics. Then you go to your keypad, which is over here, and you press all. Now all of these are light blues, which means they apply to every voice. And I'm gonna mute the piano part because that's not part of the arrangement. Let's listen to this. There we go. And I think here as well, having block harmonies will create a lot of energy with these triplet figures. Now here, this can afford to be better notated, so this should be so. Maybe have a little accent on these notes. So this should sound really strong. You'll see it is in the high range of basically all parts. Maybe not exactly basses. Some sopranos, if they're pop belters, could even belt this one, which would sound really, really thrilling. And then I'll just do and now I can even have an approach. Actually, no. So I was thinking about doing an approach notes here. A potential issue is that these are the same notes. Because you could approach the A flat with maybe an E flat. So E flat is the dominant of A flat. So let's see. So I'm approaching this chord. Yeah, this could work. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find an approach note to this chord here, and because the top note's a B flat, sorry, there is an option for me to use an E flat dominant, which is the dominant of A flat to approach, and then in this case, then if I do it as a first inversion with the G here, and then just choose appropriate notes in the other parts. Okay, so this is my. Is this going to sound a little weak? Because I'm also thinking about voice leading, and this approach chord doesn't have a root at the moment. Let's just listen to it. It's not the worst. I kind of want to put them on an E flat. But it's not. No. Actually, I could just have these guys do so. There. Let's try this. Yeah, okay, so it's not a super strong approach chord at the moment. Maybe I'll do it simply here. I don't see a reason to make it too complex when I'm having trouble. So I was trying to get a good approach chord here, but I thought it kind of ended up sounding a little bit weak. And then I think it's just keep it simple. It's just a short chord anyway. It's not a huge intrinsic part of the song. Falling on a tin roof. Okay, let's just explore here because we have two bars here of the same chord. That can end up sounding a little bit boring, but the next chord we're going to is B flat. So maybe I can find a nice little chord progression that will lead nicely there. So I'll definitely want this last one to be an F dominant. Falling on a tin roof. Roof. While I'm safe. So that's my approach chord. F dominant, going to B flat. And so I'm wondering, how do I get there? Okay, so that can kind of work. Yeah, okay, so what I'm going to do is this is going to be C minor 7 and then F7. So this is called a 2-5-1, and you find this all over jazz music. Essentially, I'm approaching B flat. That's my approach chord because that's the next. That's the next kind of important key chord that I want to make sure is there. And to approach that, I can use, imagine that B flat's the tonic, then you go to the second step, then you go to the fifth step, and then you go to B flat, which is the 1. This is a very, very common harmonic thing in Western music. Whether you're using extensions or you're using inversions, like in classical music. So I'm just going to fill in this simply using block harmonies. Now this is where having the re-input pitches option and just arranging everything on one staff can save you time. If you know roughly what the harmony is and you know what notes are in that chord, then you can just write it all on one staff. And I'm going to write it out in 5 parts. And then let's have top note double. So that's in 5 parts throughout. Select that, cut, select everything. And now I'm using key commands, standard arrangement. There. And now because I wrote that in an okay key for all, in an okay range for all parts, then immediately that takes care of it. On a tin roof, tin roof. Okay, let's listen to this quickly. Yeah, like that will work quite nicely. Falling on a tin roof, and then I want to have bass on first beat. While I'm safe. So again, to get motion, bass is on beat 1, tenors on beat 2, harmonizing above. So just root, third, and then the rest pop in with the rest of the notes of the chord. So 5th and 7th and root on the next beat. And then I'm assuming everyone's harmonizing on this beat, like so. And then I'll just do the rest. Just do the rest as choral style harmonies. Why not? And what did I do earlier? So try and keep it a similar. Actually, no, they're going down now, not up. So keeping it similar is not as urgent. Okay, so now, because everything's descending, it's getting kind of lower in the sopranos. I'm wondering if I should find some sort of descending line. Your So essentially, I'm trying to harmonize this. I'm trying to make it a little bit more interesting than just A flat, E flat, B flat. I'm already making it more interesting by making this a seventh, by making this a seventh, with an added ninth here and there. But because it is going lower and lower, I'm wondering if I should have the descending line in the bass as well. How can I make... So I don't want to have the descending line be like in unison. Okay, so here's... I think instead of having this in E flat, I will have this as C minor 7. So the C minor 7 and the E flat are kind of related in the sense that if you're in the key of E flat, C minor 7 is the sixth step, my favorite word, and they share two notes in common. So E flat and C minor, well, you can hear that they sound very similar. But essentially, they share two notes, and with the added seventh, they share nearly all notes. So it's usually quite easy to replace these with each other. But essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to delay that resolution to E flat until the next section, because it allows us to keep the tension until we get to the end. So I'm assuming this will be something like F minor 7, and then this will be B flat. And again, this is just a series of 2 5 1s, if you will. It sounds like Pachelbel's canon already. Right, that's a very common way of doing harmony, where you go around the circle of fifths. So that's what I'm going to do. So how do we approach this C minor 7? That is a very tempting one to do. If I have this as a dominant G7, that leads very nicely to... because that is a dominant of C minor. So, and that fits nicely with the melody as well. So, yeah. There. And again, I'm kind of sticking in extensions very... oops. Sticking in extensions very, very quickly here. I've got... essentially, I'm trying to put in ninths and sevenths wherever they're appropriate. And this, again, this is more like an experience thing, where you... if you've done... like I've done, you've, for instance, played piano in a big band, you will kind of develop a natural instinctive understanding of what extensions tend to work well on what notes. And ninths and 13ths tend to be very safe options for dominance. Ninths and 11ths tend to be safe options for minor chords. Minor 7 chords, that is. 13th and 9th tend to be safe options for major 7 chords. And so you just kind of, you develop this harmonic language where you don't have to think about it too much. But I understand that for beginners, perhaps it's not that obvious that, you know, oh, why have I added a seventh and a ninth to this minor chord? But again, that comes with experience. Oops, no, this is already in 5 parts. So let's just check that this is all in 5 parts. Yes, it is. And I spread it out like so. There, and already that looks not enjoying this voice leading. Should be wow. With the little tenuta mark. To keep what I'm doing now, where I'm essentially doing chorale style harmonization on one staff and spreading it out. When you do this, there is a very real chance that you'll end up with terrible voice leading in one of the middle parts. So you need to go over afterwards. This was an issue I was having over here with the altos, was that I noticed that this voice leading is kind of pushing it a little bit. And I wanna wake up. That's kind of okay, but then I was considering, you know, moving this down here. And I wanna wake up. Already, I could tell that that might end up being a tricky line, so I decided not to go with that option. And here, this is kind of okay. I'm falling on a tin roof, wall. So that's not the worst, because it just means an ascending fourth. But yeah, do keep an eye open for potential voice leading issues that arise from having, you know, chords with sudden accidentals, which is here something I'm not completely happy with. Safe there in your arms is a little bit better, just for voice leading. Yeah, so you still get that effect of the minor seventh of the minor chord. I'm taking out the seventh because I think the voice leading will work nicer by having them go up in semitones here. Safe there in your arms. In your arms could also work, but it's just a little bit more awkward in my opinion. The rest of these kind of look okay to me. While I'm safe there in your arms. Yeah, it looks fine. Always look over the voice leading, because ultimately you could write the thickest, most lush harmony in the world, but if they can't sing it, you know, then there's no point. Yeah, so voice leading. Okay. And I want them to do this. And I think unison will be nice there. So that's what I want. So okay, so here we can do a little effect. I want to do it in your arms. So I ask. So here's what we'll do. So put it there. And we'll move this I over to over here. We'll have all parts. If we have these guys go up, everyone jump to that B flat. So I'm going to do a fun little choral effect here. So we have these guys all jumping around singing in harmony. in your arms. So all I ask is everyone on B flat. Then they spread out until they end up on that chord, and I want them to slide into their notes. And you can do this on the keypad. It's on page 2. It's this one. It looks a little bit awkward here, perhaps. We drag them up. We can manually drag them apart a bit, and then that look fine. This one slide, and this one. So. Yeah, that should be fine. And then the rest of them just in, well, style harmonies. Now I changed the rhythm just a little bit, just so they can get a little bit more time. I might actually do stop on these, but let's just fill in the rest first. So now again, I just do the same thing. I'm like, so I talk about top to bottom harmonization a lot, where you look at the top notes, you look at what harmony you're going for, and you just harmonize going down. So it's going to be add a little cheeky minor ninth here. And there. Now here is a typical situation where it's the melody is on the root, E flat. And I'm like, well, I want to have some sort of major 7 chord, but the major 7 is going to be there, which might sound a little too crunchy, but the 6th will not sound crunchy. This is all in 5 parts, so let's spread this out. Let's have these all unstopped, because this will create quite a nice effect, I think. So it'll be something like this. There we go. So this is all quite simple jazz harmony. You see, I've got melody is on the 5th here, then on the 4th, then I move stuff around a little bit to compensate. This second chord actually doesn't have a 3rd. That's fine. Like, this sounds just like extended jazz harmony. But that's fine. And then this one is a dominant chord with a 13th and a 9th down in the alto part. And then they chromatically approach the 5th here. The flat 9, so flat 9s are very often problematic in that they can sound very crunchy, but on dominant chords, they tend to sound amazing. Because of the strong kind of leading quality they get going down. So I will generally recommend that people avoid minor 9th intervals on their chords, except if it's a dominant chord, in which case you put them in because they sound amazing. Generally. There's no hard and fast rules. It's all general rules. Actually, maybe hard and fast and general rules are the same thing. All I ask is for you. Yeah, so that's not going to be too hard. Avoid the situation where the alto part kind of becomes the extra part that gets dumped with all the extra notes. Like, it's okay to a certain extent, but like if you're going to have them as the inner part, make sure that you still have good voice leading, because the altos tend to kind of get a bit inundated with boring notes and like tricky stuff. Give them something fun to do as well. Okay, so now let's just listen to this whole thing. Actually, I think I want to maybe carry these over and just change the harmony to B flat here. Like so. That just might make the bass less exposed. Like so. Let's see how this sounds. Like this will work quite nicely with real voices, I think. Am I completely sure about this one? I think it's okay. It's just to not leave the basses on their own on that relatively high note. And then these guys will be in ooh, which is not going to ring out too strongly. Yeah, I think this is okay. I tend to remove, when you've got situations like this where there's two parts doing the exact same rhythm, I tend to remove the second part rest just because you don't need two of them. You only need one of them. As I do the layout, I'll probably stretch these out a little bit so that you can clearly see that there's a, a slide up here. Let's not worry about that for now. Okay, so this is my climax. This is where they're all in choral style harmonies. And everything else I do now has to be a scale back from this. I think this can probably be in choral style harmonies too, actually. Let's do this in re-input pitches. This can all, if this all descends in dynamics to maybe MP, then this will be fine. And then I think here I'll want to just have the altos do this line, and then I want to have something else happening in the other parts. Oops. Okay, so this is the sort of thing that'll happen when Sibelius decides that the soprano part isn't in the right place. But in this case, just select it, go to Filter, Voice to Only, and just put it down the octave. Yep, sort it out. I'll just hide this. Voice thing's okay. It can be good. This is C minor. Can I have some nice little approach notes here? I mean, that would be the natural option. Oops, sorry. This, oh yeah, I see. Yeah. So people will be a little bit torn about this cautionary accidentals. So I was remarking that, oh, why is this marked as a natural? You know, it's obvious it's a natural because it's E flat, but then it's C flat in the previous bar. And people can have very different opinions about cautionary accidentals. I think in the pop sphere, so I went to pop I've got a degree in pop music essentially. We tend to not use cautionary accidentals because we're of the opinion that, well, the key is E flat, so obviously once you get to a new bar, then you don't need to mark that with the natural, because that's the rule. Like, you go to a new bar, it resets accidentals. Classical musicians like cautionary accidentals, and I'm not sure this goes for all classical musicians, but I have had some classical musicians basically giving me the stink eye for not putting in cautionary accidentals. Whereas with big band music, you don't have to put it in. Like, they'll know that they're not supposed to play accidentals from the previous bar. So sometimes the way I kind of appease the beasts on both sides is I go, if you go appearance engraving rules, and then the first one's like accidentals, I usually show cautionary accidentals in parentheses. Because then I'm like, yes, I know that this is supposed to be a C, because that's the key. I'm marking it with a cautionary accidental because I appreciate that some musicians like seeing that. I'm not going to say either side is completely wrong or completely right. I am just saying that whenever I can do something to avoid that situation where someone in the back puts their hand up and be like, are we supposed to sing a flat here or a natural here? If you can avoid wasting time in a rehearsal on that question, then as far as I'm concerned, you've won. So I sometimes put cautionary accidentals in parentheses just so it's clear that I know that this is strictly speaking not necessary, but I'm putting it there just so that there's no question about it. Anyway, that's the digression. So what I wanted is this to be dominant. I think then it's better to have this as a straight minor chord, just because of voice leading. I'll carry these over. Now here will be a good opportunity to have some sort of cadence happening, because we have there's a lot of empty here. So the way this is handled in the original is you have Norah Jones play some stuff on the piano, or the guitarist play some stuff. So we need to fill in this in somehow. Now I'm also thinking, what sort of stuff can I do to the harmony here? Because essentially you have a whole 2 bars of E flat and C minor going to E flat until the next phrase, which to me is an invitation to do a 1-6-2-5. Which is a very typical jazz and even classical cadence, with some sort of melodic thing happening, and then that can kind of be anything. Then something that perhaps builds a little bit on that phrase. So the phrase is, come away with me in the night. Come. I'm just gonna see if I can work something out. So I want to do this thing. Come away. Something like that. So it's come away with me, come away with me. Where it's that kind of thing. Come. Do, do, do. Mm. And here I'll be come away with me. So I'm just producing a very simple counter melody. Maybe preempt this one. With me. In the night. Me with me. Me. In the night. There we go. In the night. In the there. That's not in the night. That's not the best voice leading, but it's kind of okay. It's you want to in the night, but it's already sung by the sopranos, and it's kind of okay. So essentially, what I've done is I've created a counter melody that uses the same shape of the melody, but it's just pitched slightly higher. This will be the second part. Strictly speaking, you don't have to write them in two voices like this. I tend to just do it just because it looks a little bit nicer. Oh, that's wrong, actually. That's all supposed to be sopranos. That way. And then just copy this. Copy, so filter lyrics. And then you've got the, okay, so let's just listen to this. Okay, so I don't think this quite works. Listen to that again. That's kind of nice. Okay, let's listen to that again. It might be fine, actually. I'm not sure if I'm enjoying this chord change here. I think it's kind of okay. Maybe a little crescendo here. Just MF. Let's hear it with the preceding bar, actually. Maybe decrescendo again. Come away with me. So I'm gonna leave the ending. I think it's usually a good idea, unless you have an extremely clear idea of what you want. I would leave the ending until the end, the intro and the ending, because those are, well, essentially, as you're working on other parts of the song, you will get ideas and you will develop counter melodies and you will, create new material. And if you wait with arranging the ending and the intro, you can repurpose that material you develop, those counter melodies, into something that will work for an intro or an ending as well, which will, one, save time, two, mean that you get more mileage out of stuff you've invented. Because it's really fun to create counter melodies, but it's also quite sad that you maybe only get to use it once or twice, and it's like all that work for so little payoff. But if you save it and you use it in your outro, then suddenly you get more use out of it. Okay, so now I've got the last two parts arranged. I think I'll probably want to do with the other verses. I'll probably want to do something similar where the melody is kind of largely done in chorale style harmonies, but with all these gaps here, there's always a lot of space for counter melodies. So I think I'll even want to have maybe this thing I just did here. Come away with me. That's like quite a nice little effect. Like one part comes in, another part comes in, and then they sing in chorale style harmonies. I think here, this could possibly even just be in 4 parts. So yeah, and then we'll have the melody and the altos. I think we'll actually have sopranos harmonizing above. Like so. And then so I'm using an approach chord. I'm using a G dominant to approach the C minor. Come away with me. That's kind of okay. And this will just be in 4 parts. That's okay. Just copy over the lyrics. Come on. Filter. Lyrics. There. I'm assuming this is going to be P. Oops. There. Maybe mark altos is slightly stronger. In the night. Let's think about harmonies. We can use the same counter melody that I used at the end here, but just have them maybe with ooze, so not with the words. Just lengthen these slightly. Oops. There. Then just have them do a slight swell. I think I just want to have ooze here. That way it's similar but different. Ooh, ooh, there. Ooh, ooh. Then I can also simplify the rhythms a bit because we're not so dependent. Ooh. This might work fine already. Let's listen to this. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Maybe just have them do this. So authors can do this next phrase on their own. And these guys just do oohs in the background. I feel like I can afford to put more. So I've changed the harmonies here, by the way. It's now E flat 1 7, F minor 7, and then F 7. Stay on that note there. I'll just create some extra tension because you have the ninth on the dominant and then the sixth on the tonic. I'm not enjoying it. I'll move it back. Over there. That might be okay. Let's do, so it'll be. Okay, so how do we get there? You just do it. I guess I don't have to change the harmonies. Sorry. I guess I don't have to change harmonies too much. I could just add in some extension. Carry these. Play this too. Maybe until halfway through B2 and then a breath, because they do need a breath. Like so. and then and then carry that right until maybe the end here. And here, I think I want to do, so I want to have the other parts essentially go on the first beat, right, you. I'll want to have some sort of back and forth thing where the backing parts, the backing parts start by doing, actually this isn't best, flip this one. The backing parts do right, then the altos do right. Will a song. Okay, so something to create a little bit more rhythmical, interaction between the parts. So I'm wondering if I definitely want them to do something at the first note here. So let me just first of all pick out the chord. Essentially, the melody's on the fifth here, so I can basically fill in whatever I want. But I imagine what I want is that. Just because of the voice leading, this will work quite nicely. So, we'll write you a song, something like that, where it's on the beat. I will write you a song. Do 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 do. Something, and we'll have something fun. So. And I'll have some sort of nice little sweeping line here. I'll do it in doublets. Do. Oops. Just a bar later. It's very quite nice if you can, if you're doing music that's in a triplet feel, if you can use some doublets, or so that is where you're dividing the beat in two rather than three, because it adds a bit of a bit of rhythmic interest. And similarly, when you're doing stuff that's very much in 4/4 and not swung, to have triplet stuff in there can create a lot of a harmonic, again, rhythmic tension, which can be quite exciting. There. I will write you a song. I've got a comment from Aaron saying, just popping in to say, you're an amazing arranger, and your series teaching about arranging has been a huge help to me. Hope this turns out how you want it to. Well, thank you very much, Aaron. Yeah, I should hope so. I mean, often when I start out with an arrangement, I might not have an exact idea of what it's going to be, but that's the sort of thing that kind of comes as you work on it and you get ideas, and if you get a good idea, you'll stick with it. And yeah, it can be a little bit frustrating if you don't maybe immediately get a great idea, but I don't know. I think again, a slight digression, but I think one of the most important things to remember when you do arranging is that it doesn't have to be perfect. I think we kind of get a bit ingrained in this idea that we have to know exactly what we're doing. It has to turn out perfect and it has to be, immediately working. That is, I think, a problematic way of doing it, because unless you have an extremely clear idea of where you're going and you know exactly where to get there, then you might, run into a wall and you'll start to wonder what exactly am I going to be doing here, and it can be quite frustrating. But if you kind of you allow yourself to make some mistakes and you allow yourself to try stuff out, and I think it's a much better way of approaching it. So I think it's probably going to turn out good no matter what I do. I'm not sure exactly what I want it to be, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Anyway, that was a bit of a digression. Thank you for your comments. I'm happy to hear whenever people tell me that they enjoy my content. It brings me a lot of joy. So thank you very much. Write you a song. I will write it. So now I'm changing this slightly again. This is going to be more like a G minus 7. And this is A flat with an added 6th. Sixth, so A flat 6. And this is more like a B7 and with the suspended 4th on it. And again, a lot of this work I'm doing now is just kind of creating some sort of harmonic progression that makes sense. And it is generally just music theory. It's just knowing, okay, well, you get this kind of thing happening. That's a dominant tonic thing, and that tends to work really well. And a lot of what I do is just going to be some variant of that. This G minor 7 chord doesn't really fall within that sphere, but that's kind of in the original, and sometimes having the unexpected chord that doesn't make huge harmonic sense can be fine as well. But then it does have this ascending thing. So there's, again, like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect. That is not the music. Is not about making things perfect. People don't enjoy a piece of music because they think that the person who wrote it did every single, perfect solution to every problem. Or maybe they do. Maybe maybe people do this actually, and I'm just imagining that they don't. I don't know. Why do people like music? I don't know. Okay. And I'm just putting in the slurs just to make it super clear that this is what they're doing. Again, just putting in all the dynamics. Okay, let's listen to what I have here. Of hearing it now, I'm wondering if maybe it's not. Kind of, I'm a bit at odds with myself about whether I think the major 7th is really the right choice. Should I perhaps, maybe I need to jazz up the harmonies a bit earlier as well. Okay, I think I've changed my opinion a little bit here. It's because, so the problem with suddenly popping into complex harmony from triads is that it can sound a bit like ooh, and maybe the better solution is actually to start with complex harmonies a little bit sooner. That opens up to. Maybe up there. I'm still not happy with this. So I think maybe having them there, and then, but then I do end up with. There's loads of little things that are bothering me right now. Voice leading, and then if I do that, then I end up with parallel moving fifths between the melody and the second soprano here, which I don't want. Again, I need to kind of not put too much pressure on myself here, I think, because as I just said, it doesn't have to be perfect. I think this is kind of okay, and I think my concern here is that the melody gets a bit covered by the sopranos, but the thing is there's going to be twice as many altos as sopranos singing this line, which tells me that it might actually be fine. Actually, it might be, maybe I can just, so if I put this on the G instead, this turns this into a major 7 chord, which might actually work a little bit nicer. I think that sounds better. So yeah, now I changed the extension here, which was the 6th that I put in here. I changed it to a 7th because that means that now the melody and the top extension are a third apart. And in general, thirds sound almost always sound good. So if you have thirds, even if it's between complex notes, they will tend to sound good anyway. Okay, so let's continue. Again, I'm gonna try and not get too caught up on details here. I think it probably sounds fine. It's just I'm getting a bit in my head. Song, ooh, and then I want to have some sort of nice, some nice line here. So. So this, again, maybe I'll see if I can do this thing where I have them all start on the same notes. Song. Yeah, this will be nice. Yeah, this might, maybe I'll, okay, so it's kind of hard to arrange. So when you have them all start on the same note and spread out, that can be quite hard to arrange. So essentially having the sopranos and the basses going opposite directions and then filling the harmony as you go along. So that might work just fine. So let's get the doublets in the bass as well. So we then you line up that F for the first chord here, and then you just kind of go down and step, down stepwise. So the effect is and then they'll go back to E flat. This can work extremely well if I fill in the middle correctly. Altos here, and then it just comes down to thinking, okay, G minor, E flat minor kind of works fine, and then this will be the first beat of the next part, and then I need to make sure that that's definitely an F minor. Maybe there. Actually, let's worry about the extensions in a minute. So now, from F minor, so when you're doing this kind of thing where you've got, essentially, I need to get to E flat, and I've already kind of decided what my bass line is going to be. What I have to do now is I have to work backwards. I have to think, okay, this definitely has to be, this definitely has to be, this. It has to be this because I'm going essentially towards a B flat dominant leading into an E flat. So I have to make sure that that's what happens here. Okay, what do I then approach that with? That's going to be maybe a C minor. And before C minor is D here with an A flat. That can probably be, so I can use a diminished substitution, and this now I know we're getting into hardcore theory here. So it's the A flat, and there's a D in the bass. I'm approaching a C minor. Now the dominant of C minor is G, and I've got a D in the bass, and then I'm like, okay, well that's fine. I can just do that. That's that's a dominant with a D in the bass. But then the melody I chose is an A flat. But I actually know that A flat is that's the minor ninth of G7. That is, it's that note. Which means, and I said earlier that putting the flat 9 on a dominant is that's actually a good idea. That's that sounds quite nice. So I can, instead of choosing a different chord, I can just make it a straight diminished chord, because you achieve the same effect because they basically use the same notes. So that is what I'm tempted to do here. And then I guess I'm finished here, which is like a G minor, F. And just have some sort of, I've already F minor 7, and then E something, E flat something, and then the dominant, and then various chords leading towards the thing, the place I'm going to. If I do this in 4 parts, I can just spread it out like I did before. Like so. That arrangement. There. Now this might actually, so first of all, this voice leading mostly seems fine. Just sort out some of these. and I'm just moving some notes around. I'm removing essentially unnecessary parts of the harmony to maximize the voice leading. Like this is a completely manageable line to do. Again, this is a completely manageable line to sing. Let's, I want them to start in unison here. Again, I'm just making doublets. Let us listen to this. With going up towards there and then maybe up to an F and then back down. So. And they're just going to be oohs. And these. Starting in there. Oops. There. Let's listen to this. I know that I've kind of just like popped through it very quickly. I should probably play it to you. I think this is going to work quite good right off the bat. You can tell that this does actually work quite nicely. You can even have a slight val or rete. Let's do poco ral, so slowing down slightly. And then they'll be back in tempo. So we add some tempo text there, our tempo. So that creates a really nice effect where they all start on the same note, but they're gradually, like the bass is going down and then the other parts are going in opposite directions. It's called, when you do this kind of thing where you have people starting someplace and then going in opposite direction, that's called opposite directions. That's called contrary motion. I'm just going to fix these doublets because I want to have I don't want to have that ugly brace. If you select something and you press X, that flips it around. It moves it to the other side. And I tend to, in fact, I can probably do it like this. It just makes things look a little bit neater. Cool. Okay, I'm kind of happy with this. Do I want to do the same thing again here? Kind of. Just choral style harmonies. Why not? Hmm. That's pretty fine. It's fairly close to what I did in the beginning of the arrangement. got a comment from Victor Javier, says, very nice harmonies, man. Well, thank you very much. With MIDI voices, they don't always do this justice. You'll be amazed at the sort of stuff you can get away with when you have actual voices singing. So I'm just gonna, oops, I'm gonna copy this, change it to voice 2, and then paste it on top of it again, just so I get both of them. Just because it looks a little bit neater. And it also shows people that they're back in unison. Okay, so just hold it. Maybe have the tenors do this. On a bus. I could just do that in the tenors actually. Come away with me. Because it'll be good to have them if they all do the come away with me bit, and then different sections do the next bit. Maybe even the basses. On a bus, because they're singing the tonic here. Yeah. That means also that the different sections will get bits of the melody, which is more fun. And I remember this is the bit of the song, I think, where Norah Jones does a really quite nice counter melody on the piano. I didn't write this down, but I think I just about... She does something like that. She probably does like, yeah. She does this thing. So this, this is forget who exactly does this. It's got a very specific name, but it's this thing where you do what is very similar to what a saxophone section would do. You have 4-part harmonies in the right hand, and then the left hand doubling the top notes. I forget, there was a piano player that did this a lot, and I forget who it was. It might have been Oscar Peterson. But essentially, it's just that sound, and this is very, very much a sax. It's very much a saxophone kind of style of playing. But maybe I can do that kind of thing. Me on a bus. Let's see if I... Could I maybe just... On a bus... On a bus... And then a slight reharmonization perhaps to lead towards here. On a bus... Yeah. So again, this idea of using the a 1-6-2-5 1 to get some sort of harmonic motion happening. On a bus. There. Maybe change it slightly just for voice leading. On a bus to bus, bus. Yeah, we'll just do do's. Why not? Make it easy. Du, 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 du. Let's do that. Do, do. Do, do. Do, do. Now we need to be careful with voice leading. There we go. That might work fine. Now again, we get this rhythmic tension happening because of the doublets. Do, do. There we go. Do, do. Oops. I tend to make any rhythmic sound. I tend to write that in italics rather than normal text, just because I think it looks a bit nicer. This looks like a typical thing where you have to watch out for voice leading, but we will see how it turns out. And I want to make sure this is only this long. So, like so. Okay, this has to be done separately. Okay, so this looks okay to me. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. I think this will work quite nicely without me having to reach, to change notes to account for voice leading. So, Marco says, after 2 hours, we have some cool music, but still no hidden photos of cats. Well, I mean, it's the internet, Marco. If you really want to find pictures of cats, I don't think you're going to have any trouble. The internet does love cat pictures. Okay, the do's there and the do's there. Extra do there. Ooh, start these guys doing oohs. It's really been 2 hours. Time flies when you're arranging. Let us listen to on a bar. Do like I said, so true, but I prefer choir arranging. Well, I do too. Sometimes I like to watch pictures of funny things, but I do enjoy arranging as well. Let's have a little swell here. Maybe just up to MF. That's probably fine. So cool. Let's listen to this. Like that sounds quite sweet and nice, doesn't it? And I just nicked that off the original, I think. Come away where they can't tempt. I think maybe give this to the bassist as well. So like, I'm very much a proponent of give everyone something fun to do, because this isn't going to be so low that it's going to get muddy. Come away where they can tempt. They can tempt. Maybe if I have I'm wondering if I should have them do the bass notes here. I think not. I think. And then have this last a little bit longer. And then we do a breath. So I sometimes see, sometimes I see some choral arrangers do write like div here, like div EC. And it always mystifies me a bit because I'm a bit like, well, what's the alternative to them splitting exactly? Because in string music, you write div easy because you can play two notes at the same time using your violin. But unless you're doing overtone singing, and you can't really overtone sing this interval, how exactly would you would divide? That's the only way of doing it. So I'm always a bit mystified at vocal arrangers that write div easy when there is literally no other way to do it. You have to divide. It's just I think it's a telltale sign that the arranger actually mostly arranges for string orchestra. You don't have to write div easy in choral music basically ever. It's going to be div easy. That's the only way of doing this. You might, maybe you feel like you need to specify that this should be sung by everyone, but generally, if something's written on a staff, everyone's going to sing it unless you write solo or you write, S1 only, everyone's going to sing it. So again, this is just a little nitpick on my end. But this is also why it can be a good idea to just use the beams here to just be like, yeah, this is in fact sung by everyone. Yeah, small little nitpicks. I could nitpick all day when it comes to choral arrangements, but I guess everyone can always nitpick about the thing they do for a living. Okay, so here I just want to do, the same, where I just have the others oohing above the melody. Harmony is kind of just use the same harmony as I used before. Come away. We're there. Yeah, I'll have to do something like that. So I'm approaching the C minor using this chord, which is G minor 7. And that just avoids having the fifth in the upper structure, the upper notes, because that's going to clash a little bit. It's not the worst. So let's just have, we'll just put it in. Put it in there. So we get them in 4 parts. Actually, no. I'm just thinking about voice leading. So. Now having tenors and altos in unison. Again, it's mostly for voice leading. Just have these guys in MP, so they're a little bit stronger. So we got this situation. I'm tempted to have the tennis go down there. Now I'm just kind of experimenting with harmonies and trying to find what I think will be most effective, essentially. So, maybe that'll be the most. Dun, dun, dun. And then sopranos take over with their lies. Let's try that. I find it, so the one thing I don't like about writing music in 9/8 is that there isn't really any good solution for filling out a whole bar with one note, as far as I know. You kind of end up with, whenever you have a full bar of something, you do have to tie together two notes like this in 9/8, and I think that is a little bit annoying. So, I mean, can I double? Nope. Yeah, there isn't really any way around that, I think. So what I want to tempt us with their lies, and then I need to have some sort of build going into this, which this is going to be F. And most likely in cross style harmonies. Tempt. The question is, do I have them in? Why not? Just stick in. Maybe not that. That. Tempt us. There we go. That's what I want. Then dominant. There. You'll see that Sibelius will generally do the division in the sopranos. And I think that's a common way of doing it. Because I think all other things being equal, it is better to split the highest parts, because as I keep going on about, as people get higher in their range, they tend to get louder in volume kind of naturally. You don't, you can work against that, and you can sing quite and high if you work really hard. But the natural tendency is to be louder and have, more resonant and stronger overtones as you sing higher in pitch. So if you're going to be dividing up the choir, the parts that are higher up are naturally going to ring out more anyway. So splitting them up is going to have less of an effect. Whereas if you split the lower parts, what might happen is that they have to work twice as hard to get to match the other parts volume-wise. So in general, I will split the highest parts just because, all other things being equal, they tend to be a little bit louder anyway. But of course, there's loads of exceptions. For instance, I've found sometimes, especially if it's music that sits in an alto range, the altos will have spent so much time singing in that part of their voice that they will be ringing out really strongly anyway. Whereas sopranos perhaps don't sing as much in that part of their range, and so maybe aren't, bashing it out quite as strongly as the altos. Another thing is that people might want to avoid splitting the tenor parts because the tenor section tends to have fewer members than the bass section. And again, this is just a weird thing in choral music where there tends to be more basses than tenors, and there tends to be, just fewer people on that part, and so you might want to split the basses just so that the tenors don't have to work twice as hard, plus being half the number of people as the other sections. Like, there's all sorts of weird things about choral music which you're kind of doing it notes you notice, and that's one of them. Okay, tempt. This is just a way of creating motion. Something on each beat. Tempt. In fact, I'll even have them stop on beat 2, so you get very clear on the second beat here. With their lies. And now this, I already arranged the part of the song that went like this in the end here. And of course, it doesn't go quite as high in the first instance, but I think I'll still want to, do something similar. If that's supposed to be the climax. So this will not be like that, but I'll do something similar where I have them all go up on that note. And the reason why I'm doing this before I'm doing the transition is that I want to know where I'm going. Where am I going? And how do I get there? Let's just write this all in on one staff. Yeah, I'm just doing top to bottom harmonization, looking at the top notes, figuring out what I can fill in below it, and doing that. Now here, yeah. So this will be pretty much what I want. There. Let's just spread this out. It was quite fun to have them start on the same note and then spread into harmony. Or have them be in harmony and then slowly approach the same note. So this should already sound fairly good. Not quite. I see the problem. What's the problem now? Okay. Let's just listen to that one more time. What does it say? So sometimes you'll have these problems where Sibelius will sometimes confuse slurs and ties when you do arranging, and you end up with this situation when you tied. So it thinks here that you're supposed to hold that F over so that you get this effect. You notice how that suddenly got dissonant. We want to change that into a slur. Now it's going to sound correct. With their lies. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So again, I'm trying to invent some sort of counter melody, or not counter melody, transition melody. I'm gonna end up on this chord. Again, I'm liking the idea of having this tuplet thing happening. Like so. And again, I'm thinking top note in the top note and bottom note. That's the top note. Yeah, something like that. So again, I'm kind of just like making up stuff now. But I'm thinking, I'm trying to get to B flat dominant. So the chord I'm aiming towards is something akin to F dominant with a flat 9. Like so. So I am gonna just, and I'm seeing, just ways of getting that to work. This is quite similar to what in Baroque music they call the basso continuo, where like every step of the scale kind of has a certain number of chords that you would expect to have on it. So on the B flat, you'd have that one or that one maybe. On the leading note, you tend to have the dominant. On the second step, you either have the second step or the dominant. On the third, you tend to have like first inversion, maybe the minor. Fourth, like there's this, you kind of get used to this as well. Like certain steps of the scale tend to have certain chords that will sound correct on them. So now I'm just going to take what I just invented. already fearing that there's going to be voice leading stuff here. um, Let me just rewrite this. And then that should be double. Let's see how this works. See, this isn't going to work. That's a little bit too... but this can work. And if you do these all on ooze, unhide this, please. Oops. The command for unhide. It's not something I use very often. Yeah. Lies. Oops. Just throwing these together. Ooh. And these should be loud. But because these guys are doing ooze, it means that they are going to be less likely to cover the bass, who's like, you know, got the first strong note. And that's kind of what I want to make sure. I want to make sure that the bass can, you know, stand out and do their thing. And there we go. Cut these over. Like so. So just carry that over. Give them a chance to breathe. And with a crescendo. I'm just going to select all and then just do the dynamics again. So select dynamics all, like so. Okay, so that's how I want to get into the B section. So that should work quite nicely as long as I set it up correctly. Nice. I'm going to change the melody slightly here because I think it's going to be awkward for the sopranos if not. Because they've got the melody. And then up. might be a little bit tricky to do, but I don't have to do. Better that the altos do that. They're closer to that line. La, la, la. Okay. With their lies and... So I've changed my mind about the ooze here. I'll show you why. Lies with their lies. With their lies and with their lies. With their lies. There we go. So now they assume more of an active role in this harmony here. In fact, I'll change these to R's so that they can match overtones better. Lies. That should work fine voice thinning wise. So the la, like so. Their lies. Yeah, it's just about manageable. This MP with their lies, with their lie. Yeah. Let's have these up to MF. Here. There. Okay, let's listen to this. So that's, that's working quite nicely. What's happening here? Yeah, I can probably remove this accidental. Okay, so now I need to use an option which I very rarely use, which is remove cautionary accidental. There. There we go. I think this is kind of working quite nicely. On a cloudy day. I kind of want to have one section do this with the others just oohing. On a cloudy day. Maybe have the authors do that. Oh, I accidentally got more voices on here. I don't want that. Voice tuning. Delete. So I'll also want to have a nice little cadence going over to this B flat here. Now I already used something here, which is da 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 da. Cloudy day on a cloudy day. day in fields. So what needs no see? A cloudy day. Again, I'll probably want to have something quite similar to this over here. So I'll just quickly arrange that out. Again, it's just top to bottom harmonization. Grass. Something like that. Again, I'm just filling in chords and maybe adding a secondary dominant in there. So I want cloudy day. Day. Like so. Cloudy day. Day it feels. I'm spelling cloudy wrong. Cloudy. Cloudy. Cloudy day in fields. Like so. Navi Simba said he left. I had to leave for a while. Do I really need to show you guys some cats? Is this is this where we are? Me not talking about complex harmony and filling out stuff and just, doing my thing, not enough. Yeah, let's see. I've got this is all done, standard arrangement. So this is just insisting, like, no, Knut. Sopranos are supposed to sing high. You don't mean low B flat. You mean top B flat. He's just unwilling to accept that, most female singers can sing that B flat. That is not controversial. That should not be a controversial note. On a cloudy day. Yeah, you got to give people what they want. It is unfortunately true. You can't just do whatever you want. You have to give people what they're asking for. Well, I hope you're asking for a cappella arranging, because that's what you're getting. And I'll work with you on a cloudy day. On a cloud. I mean, clearly a cat choir with A-part harmony is the answer. Well, it's weird with singers. Singers really love doing meow versions of their songs. Even Rossini, the great composer Rossini, did basically a cat duet. Let me share it. I've got my other computer set up to find music. I'm just going to choose the first one I see. I don't know if it's good. It's probably good. Mind you, this is just a duet, but it is cat music written by a serious composer. So, yeah, I did Even I. I also did a cat version of Silent Night. Oops, a cat version of Silent Night with my friends for the video I did ages and ages ago. Just right at the very end. I'll share that as well, actually. There, gotta advertise my materials. Like, comment, share, subscribe, like my videos. Let's see, where did I put it? Silent Night. God, it's been ages since I did that one. Hang on. Silent Night. Yeah. Did a bit of cats music right at the end there. There we go. There, I'm giving the people what they want. Cats. This is what it's all about. Let's see. You on cloudy. Let's see how this works. Maybe a decrescendo here to MF, perhaps. Crescendo here. MF. I'm just kind of filling in. I always think it's a really good idea to always do dynamics while you're arranging, and rather than leave it until the end, because it's the sort of thing that people tend to forget about. And dynamics are really kind of as important to a piece of music as the notes. Really, like it's an incredibly important part of getting the music to sound correctly. So these guys see crescendo and then back up there. Marco Zanella says that's captivating. Captivating. Oh yeah, I screwed up the pun. I'm sorry. It's captivating. It's a meowsing. It's oh god, my friend Absalom should be here. He loves puns. He could do basically 5 of them without even thinking. Oh, yeah, hang on. Okay, so this needs to stop there because that did start clashing a bit. But I think this sounds pretty good. Yellow grass. I'm changing the harmony here because I think this will sound a little stronger. Let's try this. Yes. Yellow grass grows knee high. Let's try this. Too tasty. Let's try this. No, this isn't too bad. Listen to this again. I'm obsessing about one chord. This is how you end up sometimes when you arrange. Like, get that one chord right. Yeah, so that sounds quite nice with the descending bass line. Have this little accent on the feels, and a little accent on the I. Cool. Let's just listen to this again with the little thing before. I love so in the original, the way she phrases that phrase is really quite good. Where the yellow grass grows knee high. It's it's very polyrhythmic. It sits very very nicely on top of the beat of the song. High, so won't you try? High, so here I want to have just the sopranos doing this. Maybe not there. So won't you? Sometimes when you have people jumping up from low notes like la da, sometimes I change it to like la da because it's so short that the effect of having that huge jump can often end up making it sound a little bit messy. But if you make it a shorter jump, then that is less of a problem. So now I just have them do a nice little cadence here. So. Something like that. Michael says, I've seen that cat duet before. I thought it was a joke. I had no idea it was actually written. Yeah, no, it's it's a completely serious piece of concert music. Yeah. Rossini was a funny guy. I mean, a lot of composers are presented, and I think this kind of there's a bit of a problem with the way that we, in the West, we tend to kind of almost mythologize our composers, and it's not. It's problematic in many ways, but one of them is that we tend to present them as these extremely serious, the serious maestro who wrote this serious music. But there is a lot of them had quite a wicked sense of humor. I mean, okay, shall we talk about Mozart and Mozart's sense of humor? Do you want to hear about Mozart and his sense of humor? I will find you. Mozart was, well, let's just say Mozart was very childish, like as in to the point where his favorite thing was basically fart jokes. Like he loved fart jokes, he loved poop jokes, he loved that kind of thing, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't really sit within this sort of like idea of the grand composer who wrote these symphonies and stuff. To think of him as this kind of juvenile guy who laughs at toilet humor, but he absolutely loved toilet humor, and he wrote a canon, which I'll find for you. I don't know how good this version is. Tanabe says it's like Shakespeare though. He was the soap opera of his day. Nowadays we treat him with high status, but back in the day he was entertainment for the common people. Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of fart humor and sex jokes in Shakespeare as well. And it is true that he gets a bit mythologized as he was this like fantastic patron, or not patron, but rather this fantastic, you know, mouthpiece of the divine inspiration. What a lot of the stuff he wrote was just funny, you know, not necessarily all toilet humor, but it was a lot of silliness written for, the common people of Southwark in London. And make no mistake, he was very good at his job, and he wrote, extremely good. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? He wrote very good poetic language, and he invented a lot of words that we still use today. So just because it's written for normal people doesn't mean it's not good. This is not what I'm trying to say. Check out this piece I just posted by Mozart. It's called Leck mich im Arsch. And Leck mich im Arsch means lick me in my ass, or lick me in the ass, rather. Um, I don't know the whole text, but it essentially is a canon of poop jokes. and it's all about how wonderful it is that you lick me in the arse. And it's just Mozart wrote this. He thought this was hilarious, and he wrote this. And it doesn't really sit well with this mythologized image that people have of composers, but this is what they did. Haydn, maybe more benignly, wrote a symphony that's referred to as the Surprise Symphony because it has a really funny joke. Just a couple of bars in, I'll share it as well. It's this is not toilet humor, by the way. This is just really, really funny. This is symphony by Haydn, and it's been called the Surprise Symphony. The Surprise Symphony because, well, I'll let you listen to it. Essentially, it's just like a really sweet, nice little thing. It sounds really, really beautiful, and the surprise when it happens is super obvious, and it's really quite funny. I'm sure you never saw any of this coming when studying. Well, I mean, Michael, this is the nature of streaming. Is stuff happens suddenly, ridiculousness happens. Suddenly, there's an earthquake. Well, there's not going to be an earthquake in Norway because we don't sit on top of, any. We don't sit between two tectonic plates. So that would surprise me a lot, to be honest. That would be my surprise symphony, having an earthquake happen in Norway. But yeah, but it's just your mind wanders, and it's where half the stream is just me talking random stuff and actually not actually arranging. People join to think like, "Oh, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna learn some vocal arranging," and I'm sitting here talking about Mozart's canon where he sings about licking in the arse. Like, uh, okay, okay, I do actually need to. The idea is I'm supposed to finish this arrangement, and you've got me talking about Mozart and his poop humor. Okay, I need to listen to what I just did because I just completely lost my train of thought. I wanna maybe throw in the walk away you. No, they're gonna miss. I'll keep it on. Oops, I'll keep it on that F. Because they're going to overshoot if I do have that drop. It's going to be so. In this case, I kind of wanted to have the B flat for the dominant effect, but I think what's going to happen is that the basses are going to overshoot because of this big motion. So I'm just going to have them stay on that F, just for voice leading. Let's just have neutral marks on these. There we go. That's good. Can we have some extra notes here? I want to have an extra note on this dominant. Knee high. No, that's okay, so I'm gonna reharmonize. So here it goes to the tonic. But the fact is, it could probably just go yellow grass grows knee high. It could go to the minor because that delays the resolution to the tonic to that come there. So I think knee high, yellow grass grows knee high. And that means I can change this to grass grow, grass. I can change this chord to so I'm going to do so 2-5-1s, which you often use around to extend harmonies. You can use them in minor as well. So in this case, the 2-5-1 to C minor would be 2, which is often a half diminished chord, 5, and 1. Or in classical music, with an inversion, and then with some sort of suspension. you find them in both pop music, jazz music, and in classical music. So the grass grows. I want to change this into some sort of half diminished chord. Yellow grass grows. Then this is. But then it's going to be problematic with this E flat, so. Yellow grass. Grass grows near. There we go. Me. There we go. That should work nicely. There we go. Goes to minor, and then. And then I can change this next chord into. So again, I'm aiming for this E flat. This is the idea. I'm going to get to this E flat, and I need to find some sort of chord progression that will get me there in a way that feels satisfying. And so now the most satisfying would probably be a 2-5-1. That will work quite nicely. I'm now coming from a minor, and then I can just move straight into 2-5-1. But I can also precede the first chord, this F minor 7, with a dominant, which happens to be C dominant. And I'm on C minor here. So all I do is I change the C minor to a C dominant. And I could even put third in the bass to create a really strong motion there. Then okay, I'm doing this thing where I've got the minor 9 of the dominant. Night, so won't you? And these guys just oohing. Actually, they can do R's because that means they will fit quite nicely on that R of the come. Oops. So dynamic wise, maybe just go a bit quieter here. Move to MP. Won't you try to come? Maybe down to MP. No, sorry, it's down to P here. And let me just get all the dynamics set to all voices. And this is the thing I have to keep doing because otherwise it's gonna not play back some of the notes of the right dynamic. Okay, let's listen to this. So that can work quite nicely. So won't you Yeah, I think that works quite nicely. And then I think quite similar to here. Come away with me. How did I arrange this? It's been ages now. I've forgotten. Mm. Mm. I think that was it. I'm trying to keep it similar to how I did it before because it makes it a lot easier for the saints to remember what they're supposed to be doing. Da, 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 da. Mm. I think I just want to have them all in choral style harmonies here. Way, way, way. So I'm trying to keep all parts static except, at least to a certain extent, keep all parts apart from the alto part static here, because that means that the altos will draw the attention and they've got the melody. Mayor asks, does your current dynamic markings still fit in with your original dynamics chart they created in the beginning, or is it work in progress? Well, let's go back to my original dynamics chart and we'll see. Well, sort of, but of course, what I'm doing is a lot more detailed within. Like here, it's a very broad strokes. Like yes, B1 is definitely it starts there, and B2 definitely starts there. A3 probably dips down much further than like if the bottom here is double P, like probably drops even further down than this. But I mean, it's more of a broad strokes thing. It's just a way for me to decide where is the climax, where is the quietest bit, and kind of work around that. It's not that I'm trying to forcibly make it stick to this graph I made. It's more like this is kind of very broadly what the dynamic development is going to be. But of course, within that, I'll have swells. Within here, it could go a bit more like up and down. So but what the dynamics I've chosen will most likely be the dynamics I go for. Could I assume then that the dynamics chart is rather a texture slash density chart? Um, Texture density. What do you mean exactly then? Texture density. I mean, it is definitely about dynamics. Is it loud? Is it quiet? But if I think so, with texture density, do you mean? Actually, could you write what you mean that I can tell you? Yeah. Mhm. Mm. Marco says, from a mathematical point of view, I'd say you're actually considering only the first derivative of the plot to mark orientational dynamics. Sorry for the math. Derivative of the plot. Uh, Texture. How many voices sing at a specific time? Okay, so Marco, from a mathematical, you're actually considering only the first derivative of the plot to mark orientation. if you mean if I'm only considering where it starts at the start of the section, yes and no. I mean, it's, if we take here, for instance, this C section that was in my dynamics chart, just marked kind of here and then drop down. I mean, it does start loud, get a bit quieter, but then it goes back up loud here, and then it goes quiet. So there's more detail in the arrangement than there is in my charts. If that's kind of what I if what I understand from what you're writing. It's very very broad. Mary says texture, how many voices sing at a specific time? That is, all voices singing as PP is more dense in texture than only soprano singing at MF. I think I don't plan it quite that closely when I do my dynamics chart. I think I'm thinking very, very generally when I do my dynamics chart. I'm thinking, is it going to be really strong or is it be really quiet? And then when it comes to texture and density, like, I think you can change that around a lot. You can have it PP and have all voices sing in chorale style harmonization, and then by what you're saying here, that would count as being dense, but I would still classify it as being quiet on my dynamics chart. I think I don't really plan it, when I do the dynamics chart, I'm kind of making it seem like I'm planning it and I know what I'm doing. But it's a very, very broad strokes thing that I'd say it probably doesn't really account much for texture or density. That is something I work on more when I get into the actual arranging. If I have very specific ideas, like I know for sure that this is going to be sung by the sopranos, this is going to be sung by the altos, I might take that into consideration. But yeah, it's a very broad thing when I do a dynamics chart. Marco says, like the plot says, when it increases, decreases in volume rather than the precise how much. Yeah, I'd say also when it is a maximum and when at minimum. So yeah, I'd say that Marco's probably got the right idea for what I mean. I am just trying to structure something out. So the reason, I mean, I could toss away the chart and, at this point in the arranging process, because I've already kind of come a long way, I wouldn't really worry so much about my dynamics chart anymore, because what I'm trying to do when I'm doing the dynamics chart is I'm trying to find, as Marco says, I'm trying to find maximum and minimum. I'm trying to figure out where does it have to be the loudest and most intense, because very often that will inform the choice of key. And this is important because changing the key with a cappella arrangements, it can be really, really hard to do once you've come a certain way along. And often when people find themselves in a situation where they feel like they've chosen the wrong key, is because they realize that actually it's not sitting right in the voices here. It's not, I've positioned it in such a way, and especially if you have melodies that are quite wide, you might find that actually there's no voice part here that will do what I want. And so I'm doing this broad strokes dynamics chart at the start because I want to make sure that I've got the right key. That whenever the maximum strongest point in my dynamics chart approaches, that is as loud as I'll expect them to be. Because as I keep banging on about, it's good that you work with the natural inclinations of the voice, which is to be a little bit louder when you're high in pitch and a little bit quieter when you're low in pitch. It kind of stems from my wish to make it as easy as possible for the singers to sing, because there's a lot that goes into singing that is just beyond the production of the notes. It's got to do with interpretation. It's got to do with sentiment. There might be choreography, there might be all sorts of things they have to think about. And I try to kind of make the notes a very small part of that. I want it to come as naturally as possible, if you will. So I'm trying to work with what the natural inclinations are. And that's a really broad, long explanation of saying that I find the climax so that I know that I won't ever have to worry about them having to be stronger or louder or more intense than what they are at this point. So if I have decided what they're doing here, everything else is generally easy to scale back. It's much easier if you want it to have it super quiet. you know, you can always cut away to the point where you only have one section singing on their own quietly, and that would be a density thing, like you mentioned. But it's much harder if I've already blown my load on the first F here, and I want them to get much louder, but I don't have anywhere to go. There's no, well, to be honest, in the way I've arranged it now, there is potentially somewhere to go, because, you know, if I wanted them even more intense and loud here, like, you could potentially get them even higher than this. But that's kind of, that's that just happens to be the case here. I Yeah, it's just a handy tool to prepare and find the correct key before I get into the nitty gritty. And then when I then start working, that's when I think, you know, about the things that if I've understood you correctly, it'll be, you know, texture, how many people are singing, the melody, how many people are. That's kind of, that goes a bit beyond the dynamics graph, in my opinion. That's more detail work. Marcus says, okay, cool, thanks, Knut. And Marcus says, the mathematician in me gets excited every time you draw the dynamics graph. Well, I hope I'm not annoying you by how frivolously I'm using it. Like, I'm using it very broadly. I'm not using it in a very exact way, like, at all. Mayor says, yes, your method and explanation really makes sense now, and I'm going to implement it in my future arrangements. Well, that's good. If you find it works for you, then do it. I only do it because I find it helps me when I decide on certain aspects of the arrangement, like what key I'm going to use. But if you use it and you find that it doesn't do what you if it doesn't do what you want it to do, then don't worry about it. Like, my way of working is not the be all end all way of arranging. It's just I found a method that works for me, which helps me to work quickly and to get something that'll sound good. But there's loads of other ways you could probably go about it. Michael says, I don't understand what any of that last exchange had to do with cats. Well, I'm sorry, Michael. Clearly, I'm not delivering what the audience wants. Marcus says, not boring at all. I can see that you use a lot of math in your approach. You are just not aware of it. Yeah, I mean, there is, I think, arrangers, not all arrangers, hashtag not all arrangers, I think arrangers will kind of be drawn towards kind of the maths of music, in the sense that there is, you know, you can be fairly mathematical in the way you arrange when it comes to choosing your harmony, when it comes to, you know, deciding on what should I say? It has a lot to do with you know, how you voice stuff, and it's yeah. Sorry, I'm talking trash now. I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Now everyone's talking about cats in chat. Okay. It's a category theory. Okay, my God. I'm getting so distracted. This is. I feel like if I were not doing this live, I probably would have been finished with this arrangement ages ago. But you know what? But this is good though. I want this to be fun for you guys. Like, it's not like I have a deadline to do this arrangement. It's not like I have to have this arrangement in by today. Ultimately, I want it to be a useful learning experience. So it's better that you guys. I mean, the cat stuff and the the toilet humor is great as well. But ultimately, you know, it's if I weren't interested in talking, you know, talking trash and stuff, then I wouldn't be streaming. So, you know, I am encouraging people to mess around in the chat and ask questions. That's why I'm streaming. Okay, I think I arranged this. Let's just get this up here. Okay. Let's listen to this. So again, the polyrhythms here I quite enjoy, but let's see if I can just bring out the melody a bit more. I want to change the cadence a bit. I want to change it to come away with to 1645. Oh. Me and mm. Do do do. And so let's listen to this again. It doesn't sound quite right. Okay, yeah, I know what the problem is. It's missing the third. Michael, I know it's just the general apology for the bad. Not bad humor, come on. Please, I just shared Mozart canon about licking people in the ass. Like, who's got bad humor? Like, honestly. And I quite enjoy puns as well, so I am not opposed to that kind of stuff. Yeah. Is the weird rest showing up in bar 33 a glitch in the software? Let's find out. Bar 33. Is it bar 33? No. So yeah, so the way so you'll notice that sometimes I have two voices in the bar, like here, and sometimes there's only one, like here. I think maybe I should just make it so that there's always two. Like so. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, and Michael was mentioning it when I started that sometimes I use sometimes when you do splits like this, you can do it on one staff or two, and depending on how you do it, there'll be different approaches to make it look neat. And some, I don't have to do it in with two voices like this. I could just do it with one, with the stems pointing in the same direction. I just kind of think it looks a little bit neater with two voices like this. But yeah, that's also just got to do with cleaning it up, and it's not super important. Let me just listen to this again. I'm not sure if this quite works. Let's get them down on that B. Yeah, this will be fine. Kiss. Ever kiss on a mountain top. Yeah. Who should I give this to? On a mountain top. I kind of want to give this to one section, not all of them. Who had the melody last time? Sopranos, altos. I haven't really given the tenors a moment, but I'm a bit worried because this is going to be quite high for tenors, and it's not really in line with what the song is to have them singing on a mountain top. It's a bit like in your face. So I think maybe just keeping it in the altos here is fine. Did I do this before? I could probably just copy whatever harmonies I've used before. Let's see. I don't think I have actually. Well, let's just write some new ones then. I've got a comment from Joyce saying, "Hi, I find this so interesting. When you put a note in the soprano part, do you automatically get the other parts in the right place so the harmony is pleasing to your ear?" Okay, so it's when I put a note in the soprano part, so I've already kind of written out the chord progression of the song with chord symbols here. I have essentially, I'm kind of just using my knowledge, my music theory knowledge, and just kind of testing around. So I've got my piano here, and a lot of it it's kind of me just picking from my knowledge of music theory and being like, this normally tends to work, and then I can say that, okay, so for this one, I'll be like, okay, the top note's this, and then I can harmonize going down, thinking, okay, C minor, that note's G, okay, well, I'm missing, for C minor chord, I'm missing E flat and C. That's one way of doing it, but I am kind of changing things a little bit around when I'm doing this as well. So for instance here, I'm probably going to change this, and we'll kiss, let's kiss on a mountain top. Something like that, maybe. Come away with me and kiss on a... I'm kind of using my knowledge of music theory. I'm kind of testing things, seeing what works. I mean, I'm going back a lot and changing and moving one note around. And it's a bit of trial and error, but it's also like just having, seeing what note is there and thinking, right, what chords will normally work here. So here, for instance, my plan is to have this in the alto part, and the other parts just doing oohing. And like so. And then here I know, okay, I have 4 parts, and I'm creating a harmony that's going to be C minor on a top, and I'll probably C minor and then B flat dominant and then E flat, and then that's just me thinking, okay, well, that's the sixth step, the 5th step, and the 5th step tends to lead to the tonic, which is the 1, and then I get something that sounds good. So there is a little bit of, using music theory, testing things out, and then also thinking about where are they sitting in their voices. Want to make sure that I'm not having them do huge jumps, for instance. So here. I can also, so the chord I want here is C minor, probably 7, like this. And then I want B flat 7, and then E flat major. And I think I can probably, so this is the general chords I want. This should sound, did not like that. Probably C actually. So already now this should sound fine the way it is. That's fine, but I want to first of all, I want to lead to this chord. So this chord is a C minor. And I know, again, music theory, I know that the dominant, the 5th step of C minor is going to be G dominant. And I can therefore use this chord as a so-called secondary dominant or pivot chord to get to C minor. So I'm here. That's quite a satisfying motion there. And then I can also, in the bass, I've got E flat. I can also use voice leading to get a pleasing bass line here. So it'll be that kind of thing. And then I just fill in the missing notes. And then I need to think about making sure I don't leave out any notes. So that's a seventh, and then voice leading. And then just throw these together. Like so. And we'll just have them do oohs, because that's not going to take too much attention. And we can even hear, if we have the second beat empty, that means we can get that nice effect of kiss, ooh, ooh. So you get that rhythmic effect of the S on the second beat. Again, this is the kind of stuff that is really quite useful to think about. Get rid of these ties. Maybe have these guys marked with MP so that they stick out. Actually, you know what? I don't need that because they're gonna be hard. Okay, so now listen to this. Feels a little bit too strong in my opinion. Can even have these just stay on there. That's going to be less strong. That's going to be this is a suspended chord with an added ninth. It feels less kind of tonic, dominant go to tonic. It feels less like it's more, but it stays a little bit more in place instead of. It's just a minor difference. And I kind of feel like this G dominance here was a little bit strong. Let me listen to that whole thing. And again, so now it's like, okay, I've gone with something that works theoretically, but I do have to adjust it. Sometimes I'll find that what is theoretically, correct comes across as a little too strong. And then I have to experiment, see what other ways can I do this. It's it's a little bit of trial and error, even when you've done it loads. But that's also kind of the exciting thing is, trying stuff out. The hop and keep humming that. So now here. Come away with me and I. Okay, so here. These first ones will probably be block harmonies. Come away with me and I, and then I'll have some sort of and I'll never stop loving you, and then some sort of counter melody. Blah, blah, blah. So essentially, I'm filling in the gaps. So again, I'll do choral style harmonies with the melody in the top part. Just Lopez says, thank you. I think the arrangement is going to be beautiful. The bits and pieces I've heard are so beautiful. Well, thank you very much, Joyce. I'll see if I can maybe get my friend Therese to help me record this when it's done, and then I'll put it out on my channel so people can listen to it. Yeah, it's always a bit weird hearing it with synthesized voices, but I'm happy to hear that you enjoy it. There we go. That will all be choral style harmonies. I think that'll be in 5 as well. Like so. Come away. And then I'll have maybe the bass and the altos here. And I'll never stop. Wait, let's do it in the sopranos. And that will have, so essentially now I have sopranos and basses starting on the 1, and then I'll have tenors and altos fill in on the second beat, and this is just to create motion. And I'll never stop loving you. So now it's G minor. Okay, so I've got G, I've got D here. What am I missing? I'm missing B flat, which is here. Can even have altos above, sopranos here, that's fine. With a little tenuto mark. Oops. I'll never stop. Then the next chord. I'll never stop. Up. Keep this going for 2 beats maybe, and then we'll have everyone on Loving You. So that's a. So we've got A flat, we've got A flat and E flat. Okay, we're missing C. We're gonna have an F there. Next, an added note. Stop. Oops. I just did not type that incorrectly. Stop. Okay, spread that out using, so for new people, cut out what you want, select the staves you want it on, go to Note Input, Arrange. It spreads it out. I'm a bit worried about this gap here. I'm wondering if I can do something here to create a little bit more motion. Mountain, a mountaintop, into a mountaintop. I think I'll do that just to have a little bit more stuff happening. A mountaintop. Thinking the whole time I'm trying to avoid things getting too static, to not have, to have a bit where there's like held long, because that doesn't really happen in the original. There's always a band playing, there's always stuff happening. And it can be a little bit tricky with a cappella voices, but this is why you can do stuff like I'm doing now, where you get some sort of counter melody. A mountaintop. There. A mountaintop. A mountaintop. He's back. There. Now this will just create a little bit more interest, and then that you can get away with having, if they have the stopping here, and then they all come together on the next beat, and then that just makes it a little bit more interesting. Hey, we just want to have a little swell here to MP. B. Down there. Just putting in a bit of detail now. It's just going to make things a little bit more lively, if you will. Let's listen to this. Stop loving. I actually want to put these up an octave. Loving. I'm changing this from A flat to B flat because, again, this is a thing where you can build tension. We're going to an E flat. We're going to... What on earth have I done here? I've written in some stuff here. I don't know why. Don't know why I've written in some stuff here. Because we want this kind of resolution to that E flat, and that happens by putting the B flat here. 5-1. Loving. You get them nice and close together as well. Loving you. Loving. I'm going to switch these actually. Stop loving you. So I've cross-pathed a bit, but that's kind of fine. The voice leading is still working. It's not going to feel too weird. So I do end up with parallel moving fifths here. Maybe drop down there. And I never stop. Maybe that's better. Because what I want to do is loving you. That's what I want to get. I want to get that. Get the third in as well. Loving. Marco says, isn't it a bit strange to have A and T singing I'll stop loving you? Yeah, well, I think it's not. I think in this case, it's kind of understood that they're doing counter melody. Maybe there's like a dark undertone to the song here. No, I don't think there's any problems with having people losing out a word or two, and individually they might end up singing something that's slightly different, but that's counter melodies are funny. Like people will focus on the melody, they'll be drawn towards the melody, and so they'll I don't think the audience will necessarily notice. The singers might notice and chuckle and find it a bit fun, but that's I think it's still it's okay. Uh, I think it's okay in this case. There, that's good. Now we are gonna be having a massive crescendo here. Loving you. So now I need to work out how I'm going to do this crescendo. No star loving you. Loving you. Loving you. So here. Right now I'm just thinking, I'm trying to work out a nice way and maybe not reusing exactly what I've done before as well. Because how did I get to this in the previous instance? I got there using doublets. Yeah, like I don't want to necessarily do exactly that again. It is a little bit against the with jazz inspired music, kind of the fun thing is when they do kind of new little interesting approach to those. Or so in this case, you. You will never stop loving you. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. Again, I'm just kind of working out stuff. I'll never stop loving. No, I'll never stop loving. Stop loving you. And then I'll change this around. You and I. And I think it might actually be good to have everyone landing on the one here. You. 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 so maybe, and then I'll have altos joining from here. Have them take a short breath here. Never stop loving you. Then up the octave. Again, I'm thinking voice leading here. So, oh, I see. Okay, so this one's been hidden. Show it. And have this a short note. F. Go here. Like so. I'll never stop loving you. There. This is the tenor bass part. Whoop. And then this, all I need to fill in now is the alto part. Same note here. With the crescendo. I'm just cleaning up the notation here, making it look neat. Like so. And let's do all, actually the dynamics are okay right now. So I'm using essentially the chord progression I'm using to approach the B flat. So this is the idea now. I'm trying to get to B flat and I'm trying to create something that gets them higher in their range, but also has harmonic, like some harmonic interest. So that it's basically this. And then up to the first inversion. And then 4. And then 5. And then we're at the correct chord. So it's just an ascending thing in the bass with the other parts filling in the harmony. Maybe the third down there, and then these altos can do E flat. Loving you. So this should sound quite nice. Let's just restate that this is B. I probably want to have this MF, actually MP. Not super strong, but like we want to prepare them just a little bit before they. Before they get to the loud bit. Oops. I'm not looking at layout now. That's later. Okay. so this should work quite nicely. Let's say that in just a bit more context. I actually want to hear this whole section again. I think I could probably be a little bit more daring. A little bit more daring with the harmony here. Can probably get away with something like that. I'm just trying to make it a little more crunchy. So I'm following the harmony above. Let's see how this works. This could end up sounding terrible. It's not the worst. So now I'm doing new chords in every beat, and this is, a little bit tricky to get right, but falling on. So it's just about finding the right chord that matches the top note with the bottom note here. That's fine. Probably even get away with this. But is that maybe a little bit too crunchy? It's also a matter of voice leading, because once you start getting into complex harmony with loads of changing chords, there is a certain chance that the singers will get confused and the overall effect is just going to get lost. I think it actually might be fine the way it is. This might be okay. Let's hear this in slow motion. So when you've got fast chord changes like this happening, it helps to hear them in slow motion. So get your transport panel up, and there's okay, so it's under my face now, but like if I put it here, for instance, you can see there's a teeny tiny little thing here that adjusts the volume up and down. You can use this to slow things down a bit, so you can hear it slower. Like in slow motion, that kind of sounds okay. No. Now I'm spotting tritone here. I think this tritone is not the worst because it's on the same chord. It's B flat, and it's a B flat that is changed. It changes to a B flat dominant. In this case, a tritone jump might not be the worst, because it makes sense in the context of the harmony. So the effect isn't played back here, but essentially the effect is they all go to that B flat. They spread out. Oops. They spread up like glissando, and then they do the next bit. All I ask is... I think I'll simplify the timing here, and I'll do it as a slowed down thing. She doesn't actually slow down in the original, but I think in this case it might actually be a little easier for them to just have a bit of a slowdown here. Like so, and we just dot this one and dot this one. Ask is for you. That just simplifies the notation. Poco rallentando, and then back to tempo from letter F. And I think, well, that is basically all of it, isn't it? Except there's no intro or outro just yet. Okay, so here's what we'll do now. We'll listen to what we have. If I'm happy with that, then I'll work out an intro and outro. I have a sneaky suspicion I'm going to use very similar material for the intro and outro, but let's just listen quickly to what we have. We need to restate the accidental here. No, sorry, the dynamic. That is tied over. I saw some place earlier where this was bugging me. Where is it? This one. And anything else? This is just detail work, by the way. I'm just sorting out little nitpicky things. This one. Actually, you know what? It looks better from there. Maybe I'll even have, and I was going on earlier about this dissonant thing at the top, but it might actually sound quite nice if I then follow it up by the sixth here. So it's like it's a dissonance that resolves. breath here. There. Wait, let's do this. Double P. And then this will be a nice opportunity for them to have go up to B. Oops. There. So I'll do this as a piano instead. Okay. And then we'll have a little chord here. And there'll just be some sort of dominant. Then we'll have some sort of cadence at the end. So let's see. Okay, like that maybe. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. I figured it out. There. Like so. Yes, I do agree that this can disappear a little bit in the texture with sopranos, but I think it's okay because it's being doubled at the octave and it just makes it a little bit nicer. Oops. There, and then. Ooh. we go. That's what I want. So we just ooze. But please, like so. Oops. This should end up on a nice little dominant chord here. And then we'll decide on an ending. So now I don't think I have any material that I would consider like intro or outro worthy. So I'll just make something up. I'll make up some nice little smooth intro. Okay. Yeah, maybe something like that, where it's just a simple little cadence. It doesn't have to be anything amazing. But yeah, essentially what I want is dun, 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 come away, etc. Mm. How about the timing for this? I think I'm actually going to start it in a different time signature. Goes to 9. I want to actually start it in 4/4. Do do. Dum, 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 dum. Like so. Okay, so this is more like just me composing. This isn't anything I'm taking from the original. This isn't really, I'm just kind of making up some stuff now, just starting with a nice little, I mean, this is typically if you're playing a piece, if you're playing a song for someone, you might just start it with something like, if I were to play this piece, I might start with something like, da 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 da. So that's like more of a pianist way of approaching an intro, I guess. Mm. Dun, 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 dun. Mm. Da, da, da. Mm. 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 Do. And maybe like some rubato feel, so that kind of a semi-free kind of feel. Maybe around 60. Just something nice and sweet to start the piece. And dun, 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 dun. Mm. With the thirds of the just stay on that G. Just again, I'm writing in breaths. I always write in breaths because I think it's important. That. There. So maybe from second beat onwards to the swell. Maybe to an MP. Maybe MF even. There. We'll have a little swell and decrescendo on this. Like there maybe. Let's just listen to the notes here. Like that'll just be a little come, come, come away with me. Then straight into that. Maybe with so I'm going to use this thing called caesura, which means you stop and then you take a breath and you continue. You just put it like that. Move this rehearsal symbol. We don't need that. These are just going to be oohs. Oops. There. I think that's going to sound a little bit nicer. Yeah, I think that'll work quite nicely as a little intro. And then I think I can even repeat this material at the end. So then, now I didn't really get to use it. I'm going to get rid of this, by the way. I didn't really get to use that most through the rest of the arrangement, but that's not super important. With me, something with weird chords that are not so. If we go with I mean, so typically in these kind of pieces, you'll end up with like loads of weird chords at the end. So that's what I want to do. So what's we do want to end up with something like that's where it's like the tonic with extra notes. So then again, I'm kind of working backwards. I'm thinking, right, this is my target chord. That's like a really nice chord to finish a piece like this on. And then I'm thinking, what sort of weird chords can I go through together? That's a nice chord to approach from. So that's the D flat major 7. How do I get to the D flat 7 in a good way? That might work. I think that's maybe a little bit safer. Michael says, thanks, Knut. Must go. We'll listen to the last bit and look at the final score after. I hope this one gets recorded. Take care. Have fun. Bye from Toronto, Canada. Well, bye, Michael. Have a nice day. Yeah, I hope you found this useful. and I might see you in another stream at some point. Mm. Obviously, this says, "Bye, Michael. Find lots of cats." Maybe I need to find a cat song to arrange. Maybe I'll do Nyan Cat. I don't know. The chord progression I want to go for is, let's forget the. Actually, no, let's not. I'll just write everything in again. Get rid of this actually. Ooh. Ooh. So do before. So we're here. Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of working out chords here and trying to fit it all into 5 parts. Do, 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 with an optional low notes if they're able to sing it. And then this. I'm sorry, this is where I'm a bit like, what am I doing? How am I going to get this to work? Because it's tricky. When you want to use loads of chords that kind of aren't really that connected to each other, then you can end up in a situation where it's hard to find correct Oh, correct. That's not the to find effective voice leading where they can sing the complex harmonies without that being super difficult. So that's probably a good one. Probably want them to send me in semitones. Which means okay, so I'm getting into stuff that might be slightly tricky. But it might also sound quite good. And I'm going to assume the sound will go all the way up to F. Why not? Let's see. Oh, I see what the problem is. There was two. There were two of them. Carry over there. Okay, let's have a listen to this. I think I can make this more effective actually. Right there. Let me listen to that one more time. And it needs to go all the way down to PP. I think I'll accept this. I think that's kind of got the right sentiment. Let's just put in the last bit of words. Yeah. I mean, I think that's basically it. let us listen to this whole thing and see how it works. Before we do that, actually, let me do the layout real quick. Layout is important. Like, look at this mess. Look at this. How are you supposed to read this? Doesn't work. We have to sort this out. Select all. Go into layouts and click optimize style spacing. Then go to appearance and click reset node spacing. Already this sorts out a lot of stuff. Now I'll probably want to have two systems on a page here. So let's actually, could I do 3? Maybe not. Let's just be safe with 2. Marco says, I think Knut deserves a prize for completing the arrangement despite us making jokes all the time. Well, I mean, you weren't really making jokes all that much, to be honest. By the way, it sounds just perfect. Okay, let me just quickly sort out the arrangements, sorry, the layout quickly. So I always kind of feel like this. In fact, let's see if, can I get more like wide margins like this? This is too much. I just want a bit of extra like space at the bottom here, for instance. Definitely a bit more space here, maybe 16. And 42 perhaps. At the top, more like 16 maybe. There, now optimize style spacing again. And let's see. Okay, let's now I tend to kind of break system whenever there's a place where now something's happened to these have started overlapping, so let's get these sorted out. Go. Yeah, with layout, it's a lot of just dragging stuff around, and I usually put the name of it at the top as well. So I'll go and double click this. Texture about to edit, etc. I don't want to go to the backstage. I want to edit it so it says title. And then suddenly it works like this. Next. Okay, so I will use optimized style spacing a lot. But essentially I try to sort it out so that there's as much as possible system breaks where there are double bar lines. That tends to sort out a lot of the layout stuff. Tanabe Simba says, has to be said, it's a pretty good result and I learned loads from this. Well, we're not quite done yet. I'm still sorting out the layout. So for the first page, I'll usually want to have copyright information at the bottom, and I don't have this to hand right now, so I'll put that in later. But essentially, I'll just make a big space there for the copyright information, which I'll put in later. For the next, so I can actually easily make the layout work by having kind of setting up the first, or the second page rather, so that there's plenty of space, like this. Then I can select all the rest of it, like so. And I can use this function called align staves, which I'll show you. So you select everything, page 2 onwards, align staves. And then lock format, align with staves on selected first page. And this will take care of, it'll essentially line everything up so it looks the same on every page. Now you do have to be a little bit careful with this because you will have situations like here, for instance, where the layout symbols are kind of a little bit here, where now suddenly there's an overlap, then you just drag it down like so. It's not perfect, and like doing layout can be a little bit insipidous, but like honestly, it isn't really that bad. Like I would accept this. Okay, right. Let us listen to it, and we'll see if it indeed sounds good after I've done all of that. Okay, so just hide this. So before we continue here, I'm actually going to put this up here because I think it's going to be easier for soprano 2 to get that, and with everyone else being on the other notes, it's going to be just slightly better. There was one more thing I thought was a little bit annoying. It was this. I think now with the layout, I actually do want to move it here. Sorry, this is a detail. And also I noticed that it's placed the line here wrong. This is something Sibelius does a lot, and it bothers me, is that when you've got lines over like this, it tends to put it above when it should be below, like so. Yeah, sorry, I just interrupted. Let's go from here. So here I need to just drag this out a bit so it's very clearly like this. In fact, I can probably... Nah, I think that's going to be clear. Let's go from here. I think that's going to work quite well. So yeah, I think I'll probably call it here, and I'll see, you know, if I'll probably do a little bit of cleanup. Like there's a few places where there's like little bits of cleanup, but I think it's kind of stuff that I can do off stream. But I want to thank you all for joining me. Thank you for being a fun chat with you might think that the jokes are distracting, but like it's, as I said, it is actually, you know, if I were worried about being distracted, then I wouldn't be streaming. Like I want people to interact with the chats, and so, you know, you can ask questions about what I'm doing, but you can also joke and do jokes about cats. Like it's fine. You know, I'm just here to see what people want to talk about, and yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me, and yeah, I'll see. So as I mentioned, I'm not going to be able to stream next week because I've got an exam in Oslo, but I will see if I can put together a highlight from one of my earlier streams, so you can watch that. And I am going to be doing highlights of all my streams, you know, as I get to them. So if you don't want to watch my super long streams, then there are going to be options. But yeah, as before, like, comment, share, and subscribe, etc. And we shall see each other in another time and another place.